whiskey. Alright, no.
2005 landing 29, thank you, see you in a few minutes.
Go. Go.
18, ready to go.
Muertos.
4370, line up and wait, runway 18.
Line up and wait, 18, convoy 4370.
US Navy Patrol Lead, this is USNS Clover. Thank you for your services. We no longer need your assistance. Over. Roger, sir. Patrol Lead, stand by on channel 81. Out.
415, get power transition, pad 10, wind 1803, clear line. Flight 30, ground.
Copy, wait 1, Beaver 3, Control 1, got a small boat, looking to get an entry point for the carrier.
Yes, sir. 2 south, sir.
2 south side, thank you very much.
Break, small boat, 2 south. Repeat your last. Pier 2. By Pier 2.
Sierra 415, I have traffic in line up and wait for runway 18.
Sierra 45.
And tower, Sierra 415, we're still clear for tower transition to Pakistan, correct?
Okay, sir. Sierra 45, ground, good morning, right, taxi to pad 5. Ground, taxi to Seagull. Archer.
4370, thanks.
Convoy 4370, remain in position and hold runway 18.
Convoy 4370.
Singer 4-5, pad 5, review car departure to the west.
First 845, Island Tower from pad 5, via the flying club transition, make a channel departure 1704, close takeoff.
Flying club to the channel, clear to take out pad 5, road Singer 4.
Island Tower, landslide 30, number 1 holding short, pad 3, channel departure.
Landslide 30, Island Tower from pad 3, make a channel departure, wind 1603, close to takeoff, traffic departing pad 5 for channel departure is at 860.
Do take off pad 3 of the pad 5 traffic inside landslide 30.
Island Tower, Bermuda 3-4, on to for the visual, runway 24, number 2, following company traffic.
Runway 34, Island Tower, runway 29, wind 100 at 6, check wheels down, clear lane number 2.
Clear land, runway 29, number 2, following company traffic, 2934.
Boy, 4370, you can expect a 5-minute delay and remain in place, runway 18.
Alright, we'll hold our position, expecting a 5-minute delay, convoy 4370.
427, ground, good morning, taxi pad 5. 68, off, left, correction, turn right, and expect to wait contact ground. Miss 68, ground, good morning, welcome back, taxi your line via Bravo 2 Alpha. Bravo 2 Alpha. 415, taxi line via Hotel Holds for runway 18. Columbus 34, all right next taxiway, contact ground.
Right next taxiway over the ground, go to 34.
Convoy 4370, runway 18, wind 1806, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 18, convoy 4370.
Request.
On the ground, go to 34, clear runway 29, Bravo 3, taxi back to terminal.
34 ground, welcome back, taxi line via Bravo 2 Alpha.
Next terminal via Bravo 2, Alpha, go to 34. Island clearance, Kahuna 34, I'd like to place the 19 Alpha and Bravo on request, please.
34, standby number 2. Okay, to you, taxi via Mike.
White Hold vessel in the vicinity of buoy 9. This is warship 73, hailing on channel 16, over.
Convoy 4370, contact SoCal departure, safe flight.
Ship entering Channel San Diego Harvest Motor Yacht Amore, outgoing.
White Hold vessel passing buoy 9. This is warship 73, hailing on channel 16, over.
Warship entering San Diego Harbor Channel. This motor yacht Amore, outbound. Is that us you're calling here?
Island Tower, Seahawk, 427, pad 5, ready for VFR departure.
White Hold vessel, we are entering port. Intend to meet you port to port.
Departure, wind 170.
Port to port. Yeah, we'll scoot over and give you lots of room. Thanks very much.
This is warship 73, standby on channel 16 for further concerned traffic out.
Speak out the control.
What do you have, boys?
Warship 73, hailing you on channel 12, over.
6, squawk 4644. Kona 68, read back, correct? Have a safe flight. Kona 34, finish on request.
You guys in control, this is Warship 7-3, hailing you on channel 1-2, over.
Have your clearance.
Board ready, copy.
Kahuna 3-4, cleared to San Clemente Airport via the NAS 1 obstacle departure procedure. Then as filed, maintain 2000, expect 4000 5 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 119.6, squawk 4653.
You guys in control, Warship 7-3, hailing you on channel 1-3, over.
Try to maintain 2000 for 4000 5 minutes. Frequency 119.6, clock 4653, good test, 3-4.
Kahuna 3-4, read that correct, this way.
You guys in control, this is Warship 7-3, hailing you on channel 1-3, over.
Yes. 424 filing ground, good morning, taxi pass 5.
Tower actual 29, actual 21.
Warship,
Yeah, first time in here, would it be good?
Warship 7-3, this is San Diego Control 1. Have you for 1100 bridge time coming to Naval Base San Diego, Tier 3, Berth 1. With Tractor 8, Tractor 6, O2 on board. How copy?
Control 1, this is Warship 7-3, clear time of 1100, Pier 3, Berth 1, tractors 8 and 6 will be hugs. Please repeat the pilot, over.
Warship 7-3, San Diego Control 1. Repeating Tractor 8, Tractor 6, O2, Captain O2.
Control, this is Warship 7-3, Captain O2 for pilots. This is Kate. This is Warship 7-3, standing by on channels 1-2, 1-3, 1-6, out.
Roger.
Control 1, Beaver 3, 2 south is closed, and then over at 8 south.
Control 1, copy.
21. We just need about 10 minutes for a student swap. You got someplace you can put us out of the way?
You can turn right at the end and contact ground.
Echo 21.
Power-driven vessel next to buoy 11. This is Warship 73 off of your port beam, hailing on channel 13, over.
Ground Echo 21, also 29 at Bravo 2.
So 2 on ground, Roger. I understand you just want to hold on Bravo 2 for a minute for a crew swap.
Yes, can we just sit right here on Bravo 2? We'll swap out crew. It'll take about 10 minutes and then we'll be on our way.
Axel 21, that's approved as requested. Just let me know when you're ready for taxi.
Echo 21, thank you.
Of course. 424 Island South, I'm back. I'll make a via the flying clip transition, make a channel departure 1170 at 8 clip takeoff.
Takeoff Pat 5, 4241.
San Diego Bait, Sea Adventure 80. Hey, you good with me hanging out, outside North Point side, right there next to the house? No worries. Sounds good, I appreciate it. If we're in the way, let me know. How you good, brother? I don't think I have anybody coming in right now.
Got me here, William. On 78, let's go 79, okay?
morning, Scorch 5-2.
Scorch 5-2 on clearance, go ahead.
You would like to put an Island 9 Alpha on request for now, and then an Island 9 Bravo on request for 12 o'clock local. We've got 5 souls, local flying time is 1 plus 30, we've got 3 plus 30 of fuel via slash papa, and then final altitude of 9K available.
Scorch 5-2, this is going to be a local flight.
We're Scorch 5-2, we're just going out east, and then we'll be coming back to North Island.
Scorch 5-2, can I mention local flying time?
1 plus 30 for Scorch 5-2.
5-2, clearance on request.
We're totally hollows.
Clearance Axel 2-1, request clearance is filed to K-Truck. Axel 2-1, you're still up with ground?
Negative, not anytime soon, or I'm not sure we will today.
Clearance Axel 2-1, request clearance is filed to K-Truck.
Calling clearance, standby number 6. Scorch 5-2, I have your clearance advising ready to copy.
Monitor 3, this is Nightwake 0601, off your starboard side here.
Departure procedures, then as filed, maintain 2,000,
returning.
9,000, 5 minutes after departure.
Morning, Captain, you mind switching channel 10 for me?
0.
Squawk 4661.
Scorch 5-2, clear to the Imperial Vortex via the Nasty 1 and then on filed. On departure 2000, expect 9,000, 5 minutes after. Departure frequency is 119.6, squawk 4661.
Scorch 5-2, read that correct, safe flight.
Thanks so much for the help for Scorch 5-2. And then just wanted to confirm that Island 9 Bravo is on request for 12 o'clock local.
Scorch 5-2, affirm.
Thanks so much for Scorch 5-2.
So 2-1, Island clearance.
Axel 2-1.
So 2-1, do you have a clearance to request?
Yes, Roger. We'd like to get our clearance as filed from here to Kilo Tango Romeo Kilo.
So 21, just to confirm, it's going to be Kilo Tango Romeo Kilo. So 21, clearance on request.
Good morning, everybody. This is Marietta. Heading out just clearing Point Loma. Checking in.
I'm behind you, but I'm on the way out.
Well, you gotta get out here and round them up.
I'm working on it. I figured I'd be not exactly who you'd want to hear the report from, seeing that I'm behind you, but I'm just letting you know, Peregrine is on the scene. The big bird to the rescue.
All right. Well, very cool. Were you out here yesterday?
Yeah, I wasn't, though. It was Quinn, I guess, and sounded like there was a kind of a skunk deal on that, so not too good, but today's another day.
There you go. Sounds good. Okay. Well, we'll let you know. We round something up here.
Roger. Sounds good, man.
Hold vessel in the vicinity of Red Buoy 16 Alpha. This is Warship 73, hailing on channel 13. Over.
Atlas 1, we don't have nothing popping up over here. What was that proposed departure time, Sierra?
1725 Zulu.
So 21, we don't have nothing popping up over here. Can you refile it, please?
Security. This is Warship 73 inbound to Naval Base San Diego. Standing by on channels 16, 13, 12 out.
5-4 ground. Roger, runway 18, taxi via Lima, Mike. Clearance Echo 2-1, I just refiled.
So 21, I have your clearance advised and ready to copy.
Ready to copy Echo 2-1.
So 21, clear to Tango Romeo Kilo Airport via the NASNY 1 obstacle departure procedure, then as filed. Maintain 2000, expect flight level 360, 5 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 119.6, squawk 7770.
Clear to Tango Romeo Kilo over.
Why don't one of you guys come over and get your box of snacks?
Over 1 departure. Climb maintain 2000. Expect 360.
You're from the Sea Adventure. I got a box for you.
7770. Axle 21.
Going back.
All Beavers Control 1, Tank 4 has been set.
Appreciate it.
Okay, sounds good.
Taxi, what's up with the Julia?
Good 68 ground. Good morning, runway 29.
I gotta go side tie to the
29 Alpha Bravo.
boxer, getting this barrel of hydro and hoses.
Oh, it's Mike on the Sea Adventure. If we're in the way, let me know. I can move.
I think you're alright there. I think, yeah, you should be good.
Zero one ground. Zero one. 01 taxi pad 11 via Alpha.
Tower, Seahawk 415, pad 5, ready for departure.
Sure, phone 5 Alpha from pad 5, being a flight club transition. Make a channel departure 1200 at 7, clear for takeoff.
Flight club transition for channel departure, clear for takeoff, pad 5, Seahawk 415.
Going to 3-4, contact SoCal departure, safe flight.
2 ground, good morning, runway 18, taxi via Lima Mike.
454, Island Tower, reliably runway 18. Going to 68, Island Tower, short runway 29. Runway 18, 190 at 8, clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff, runway 18, scorch 54.
CL 415 remain west of the extended center line. Traffic department runway 18 is a B-22.
Good morning, Commercial News number 1, holding short of 18, ready for departure, IFR.
Square 52 on Tower, hold short runway 18.
Short 18 for Square 52.
Warship 60. Warship 60. This is Warship 63. Channel 13, Warship 63. This is Warship 63. Request you switch and answer channel 7. 72. Warship 60. This is Warship 607. Call channel
170 at 8, clear for takeoff. Takeoff runway 29, Governor 60. Mr. State contact SoCal Departure State Flight. SoCal, we're talking a little bit. Current 60.
Tractor 6, Control 1.
San Diego Control 1, San Diego Control 1, this is Warship 73, passing red buoy 20, checking in, over. This is Warship 73, roger out.
Longboat 019 south from pad 11, make a surf departure when 170 at 7, clear for takeoff.
Ground Axle 21, Bravo 2, taxi for departure with negative ATIS.
So 2-1 ground, you looking at taxi runway 18 for departure?
We were going to take 29 if that's okay.
So 2-1, can you comply with the 91 departure procedure off of runway 29?
Stand by. Let me take a look at what it tells us to do on 18. Hold on just a minute for me. I'll call you back.
ISO 21 roger, and also information Juliet's current altimeter 3012.
3012, roger.
52, Avatar, runway 18, wind 1707, clear for takeoff.
Alright, Tower Axle 21, we will take runway 18 departure.
So 21 Roger, and also there's been an amendment to your route. If you can go ahead and contact clearance for that.
Okay, we'll go over to clearance and come back to you, Axle 21.
Clearance Axle 21, understand you have an amendment to my route.
Axle 21, I'm in clearance. Yeah, we just got a preferred departure route that printed out.
Okay, I'm ready to copy.
Axle 21, cleared to Kilo Tango Romeo Kilo Airport via the NASD 1 obstacle departure procedure, radar vectors, Squirt, Pacific, Victor 25, Alabas, Sierra Lima India, Oscar Yankee Victor Echo Yankee, direct, maintain 2000, expect flight level 360, 5 minutes after, departure frequency 119.6, squawk 7770.
Clearance Axle 21, can you go through that one more time with spelling?
452, contact SoCal departure, safe flight.
Oscar Romeo Papa, and Papa Alpha Charlie India Foxtrot, Victor 25, Alpha Lima Bravo Alpha Sierra, Sierra Lima India, then Oscar Yankee Victor Echo Yankee, then direct.
Nathan 1 via the Sierra Charlie Discord to Pacific Victor 25 Alabas, and then Sierra Lima India, and then Oscar Yankee Victor Echo Yankee.
Axle 21, read back correct, have a safe flight.
Roger, thank you very much.
Control is up.
Vessel checkout time, This is Warship 60, approximately 3 nautical miles off your northbound, hailing you on channel 16, over.
Checkout time, go ahead.
Checkout time, this is Warship 60, requesting me time, channel 17, over.
ground, Axel 2-1, we got our new clearance. We got the ATIS ready to taxi runway 18 for departure.
Axel 2-1 ground, roger, welcome back. Runway 18, taxi via Bravo 2, hold short, runway 18, Bravo 2.
Go for Willard.
So Bravo 2 hold short, 18 on Bravo 2, then you're going to back taxi me.
Beaver 1, C Tractor 9.
Good bit. Once the rest of these pads start soaking up the rest, we'll grab them.
To Bravo 2 and then crossing 18 Bravo 2 for runway 18.
Okay, good copy. So for now, Bravo 2 hold short.
1, C Tractor 9.
Go to 1 April.
Hey, we're trying to sneak in the gate here.
Oh, I saw our Willard around pickup.
Roger that.
Dorothy 27 Allen Tower, runway 18, wind 180 at 7, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 18, short 327.
Convoy 4364 ground.
Go ahead.
Convoy 4264, the ATIS appears good on our side.
Alright, seems like it's probably our radio. You mind relaying the current ATIS for us, please?
So information, Juliet's current, altimeter 3012, wind 180 at 5, 10 miles visibility, few clouds at 3,500, scattered at 5,000.
Copy that. Do you have current temps as well?
Confirm temperature 17, dew point 9.
4364, thanks.
So 21 cross, runway 18 Bravo 2, continue taxi via Mike.
Okay, cross 18 at Bravo 2, continue on Mike for Axel 21.
Ma'am, we are heading to 2 south, ma'am.
Small boat control 1. Well, 2 south.
Charleston, small rib boat, Beaver 3 and 12. Will you be coming back today, sir?
Marietta, 60, channel 16.
Thank you, sir.
Ready, Marietta, 60, let's see channel 72, over.
7-2.
hailing you on channel 12, over.
Ship 7, C8, channel 2.
Tractor 8, this is Warship 73. See you in the middle of the channel. We are Pacific
Warship 60, Warship 60, this is Warship 23, 2 knots
Roger,
off.
Trey has your board. We'll embark your just south of the bridge. Starboard side.
Tractor 9, C Tractor 9, this is Cutter Hawksbill on 13 over.
Tractor 8, this is Warship 73.
Warship 60,
We'll
Warship 60,
south of
this
the
is
bridge.
Warship
We will
23, miles off of Northport Bow, hailing you on channel
pilot
1.6.
on the starboard side, focus on
Track 9, C Track 9, this is Cutter Hawksbill on channel 13.
Warship 73, stand by on
C Tractor 9 back.
3, out.
C Tractor 9, this is Hawksbill. We're just coming around 1415. Looks like you're waiting for somebody. It's okay for us to cross your bow?
Yeah, roger that. We're trying to sneak in the gate here.
Okay, roger that. We'll be outbound for sea, passing you down our starboard side, crossing your bow. Hawksbill out.
Roger that. We'll stay out of your way.
Control
Check
1,
nine,
give it
stand
3,
by
permission to open
12,
up
13, 16
due
out.
south slowly all the way up for the inbound, also the red boat to exit. Due south, thank you. 18 ground.
Warship 60, Warship 60, this is Warship 23 off of your port bow, hailing you on channel 16, over.
Pretty good bird concentrations this out here, huh? Okay. I figured there's something happening down here.
Warship 23, you requesting me on channel 72, over.
Tower, line flight 18.
Flight 18 outside.
At 3 for channel departure.
Flight 18, Island Tower from Pad 3, making channel departure with 190 Niner, cliff takeoff.
Line flight 18, clear for takeoff, pad 3 and channel departure. Holding short of runway 18, ready for takeoff.
So 21 Island Tower, line up and wait, runway 18. So 21, runway 18, wind 200 at 8, cliff takeoff. 2-1, contact Silverhound departure, 6 light.
Off departure, actual 2-1.
Peregrine, this is Warship 60, approximately 9 miles off your starboard bow, hailing you on channel 16, over.
Go for Peregrine. Peregrine back to vessel calling.
Peregrine, this is Warship 60, must be on channel 72, over.
Roger, 7-2.
Hold on, clear a second.
Security, this is Warship 23 in the vicinity of 32 degrees 37 minutes north, 117 degrees 18 minutes west. We're conducting small boat operations. Request all vessels maintain a safe distance. Security, this is Warship 23 in the vicinity of 32 degrees 37 minutes north, 117 degrees 18 minutes west. We're conducting small boat operations. Request all vessels maintain a safe distance. This is Warship 23, standing by on channel 16 out. Copy. Copy, stand by. Small boat transmitting requesting an exit area.
Island clearance, radiation 12, single 12, High Park Lake Land on the west.
Warship 7 AC tractor.
Island clearance, roger, stand by.
Charleston Red, this is Control 1.
City Control 1, City Control 1, this is Warship 6 heading on channel 1 to 2, over. City 12 is ready to copy. City 12, clear to Navy Miramar Airport via the Nazi 1 obstacle departure.
Station calling San Diego Control 1, say again.
Then direct, maintain 2000. City Control 1, City Control 1, this is Warship 6 handling on channel 1 to 2, over.
Warship 60, this is San Diego Control 1, go ahead.
City 12 is clear to Miramar via the Nazi 1 obstacle departure procedure. On departure, flight radar. San Diego Control, this is Warship 60, San Diego, UESC, bound, for 1200 bridge time, requesting confirmation of tugs. Over.
Roger, Warship 60, Control 1. Copy, your confirmation for tug is Tractor 8, Tractor 6, your pilot is Pilot 02, for 1200 bridge time. I'll copy, over.
Tractor 6A, Pilot 02, 1200 bridge time, Warship 60, turning on channel 1 2, out. What's going on, current second? Convoy 4364, Island clearance, copy, stand by.
I was just talking about that same thing. Right in front of me here, I had a really good heating going on, but yeah, it sounds like something should pop up.
Control 1.
Good afternoon. For requesting to enter behind the inbound warship to USS Elkland with
with
a barge.
Hopefully, get something going.
You have permission.
Thank you.
Security, this is Warship 60, vicinity of San Diego BSD, bound for Pier 7 Berth 1. For all concerned traffic, this is Warship 60, standing by on channel 1316, out.
Convoy 4364, are you familiar with the San Papa 3-2 routing? Convoy 4364, roger, I have your clearance, advisor ready, copy. Convoy 4364, clear to Kilo, November, Tango, Delta, be the Nazi 1, obstacle departure procedure, radar vectors, Pebble, A-Balls, Victor 27, Santa Catalina, Victor 208, Ventura, then direct, maintain 2000, expect 16,000, 5 minutes after departure, departure frequency 119.6, squawk 4773. And Convoy 4364, just confirm, maintain 2000, expect 16,000, 5 minutes after departure. Convoy 4364, reach back right, copy, flight. Ground, can you say again your call sign for me? Yes, 12 ground. Can you say the squawk that you were given? Yes, 12 ground. Roger. Runway 18 taxi via Bravo 2. Correction, Foxtrot. Hold short runway 29 at Foxtrot. Base 1-2, ground, cross runway 29 Foxtrot, continue taxi via Bravo 2, hold short runway 18 at Bravo 2.
Structure 9, B1, that's it, right?
Say again?
Is that it? You coming back?
Negative, we're all good. Have a good one.
23, approximately 4 nautical miles southwest of Point Loma. We are conducting operations request all vessels.
Convoy 4364, ground runway 18, taxi via Alpha
Tuesday,
Bravo
this is
1,
Warship
Mike,
23, approximately 4 nautical miles southwest of Point Loma. We're conducting small boat operations request all vessels.
Convoy
Warship 23,
4364, that was expect 10,000, 5 minutes after departure.
Copy 10,000, 5 minutes after departure. And then confirm you want us Bravo 1, not Bravo 2.
Convoy 43648, firm, Alpha Bravo 1 Mike for runway 18.
Alpha Bravo 1 Mike, convoy 4364.
Five. Land handrail.
Hey, Danny, I got you. I'll ask him right now.
Hold on, tower figure. Radiate 1-2, Island Tower, cold position. To the
A minute here.
¿Quieres que lleve las cosas también para allá, güey, de una vez? ¿Para la comida?
Radiate 1-2, Island Tower, runway 18 at Bravo 2, wind 2007, clear for takeoff. Base 1-2, contact SoCal departure, flight.
SoCal departure, have a good one.
Start B1, Mike is close. 1B1, thank you. B Bravo going.
Correct, runway 4364, switch to tower.
Runway 4364, who's your previously?
South Tower, good morning, convoy 4364, approach hold chart, runway 18, we're ready to go.
Runway 4364, Island Tower, good morning, runway 18, line up and wait.
I'm waiting, runway 18.
Runway 4364, hold position, runway 18 delays with SoCal.
Hold on.
Marietta, America.
Good morning, Marietta back.
Good morning. We see you and Peregrine are down to the south. We were just curious if there was something down there.
Well, it's just a lot of bait, birds, good feeding frenzies, but kept working it, but looking for couple common dolphins swimming around. Not a lot, but that's it. Just kind of looking around here.
So much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll let you know if we see something there.
Small power-driven vessel. This is Warship 23, approximately. Yeah, we'll let you know if we find something up our way too. Channel 16. Over.
Control, top side.
Runway 4364, delay still with SoCal, hold position, runway 18.
Hey, weather 8. Hold on.
We have 2 fenders on the port side, right? Oh, we might have to switch those lines to that side. And say to switch the fenders, switch the lines, but let's see how those guys want it in there.
Warship 60, this is degaussing range, hailing from channel 13.
Range control, this is Warship 60. Hailing on channel 12.
Endeavor, this is Arctic Warrior. Switch to channel
24 on Fair 6.
Flight 4364, runway 18, wind 270 at 8, clear for takeoff.
Warship 60, hailing on channel 13, over.
Warship 60, this is degaussing range. Standing by to receive degaussing value.
This is Warship 60. Degaussing values are as follow. A coil, negative 8. FIQI coil, plus 30. M coil, plus 36. FPQP coil, minus 12. Over.
Copy all, we hold you visually. And we're standing by for a crossing.
Hold visually, standing by for crossing. Copy all, this is Warship 60, same on channel 13, out.
Flight 4364, contact SoCal departure.
Test, test.
Your nose here.
Warship 60, degaussing range, or clear of the range.
thank you. Hey, you can turn back around. He can go relieve you at the dock. There's no hurry. He's got till 1 o'clock. You guys got this guy like he's God. The water yesterday for dinner, and he had a big...
Go for control 1.
BB3?
Special. Okay, I'll see you later. I hope he wasn't listening.
Control 1, BB3, 2 south, that's close, stand by 2 south.
Okay, control 1, copy.
Five three zero Island Tower.
530, departure point start. Request straight in 29 for touch go into the channel for arrival at
530 information kilos, current altimeter 3012, make straight in runway 29. Verify you want to add to completion of. Roger.
I was promised. Straight up, he promised.
Hey everybody, Michael Snyder, California Weather Watch today.
Noel, thank you for your Venmo donation. See, I get.
Control 1 copy.
Marina Cortez, come in. Roger, we're just passing the fuel dock on our way in.
Sounds good. Let us know when you're outside the marina. I'll give you the all clear.
Sorry, what are the numbers again? Is it J and K or K and L? Alright, we'll give you a call when we're there. If there's an extra dock cart, that'd be great.
Flight 30, Island Ground, Texas, Pittsburgh Golf. flight 3018 at hotel, taxi via south.
Control 1, BB3, permission open up 2 south, look like tractor 70 to enter. 2 south, thank you. Willie Cortez, we're here outside J&K.
This is Warship 23, about 5 nautical miles southwest Point Loma. We are conducting small boat operations. Request all vessels maintain well clear. Security. Approximately 5 nautical miles southwest of Point Loma. We are conducting small boat operations. Request all vessels maintain well clear. Warship 23, stand by and show 1 second out.
Control 1, BB3, permission to continue leaving 2 south open and then see tractor 6, tractor 8, exit over.
240 at Niner, clear for takeoff, pad 2, clear to land.
Clear takeoff. You're 3 up. South, thank you.
So 424, pad 10, wind 220 at 10, clear to land.
Clear to land, pad 10, Seahawk 424 at flight.
Are you up on the bank now? Okay. Alright. Well, we're gonna go back and we'll be back out this afternoon. Are you back out or are you one and done?
Fly 30 Island ground, taxi line 8 kilo.
Roger. I like that song.
424 flight on the ground, taxi to Pittsburgh, go.
Hey, did you guys still see that back plate from the sub-meter?
Yeah, we got it right now. It's in a boat.
Oh yeah, hey, did you guys nose up when you get a chance? I gotta
Yeah, nose right now.
They're wanting the shoe boat over there.
Green, this is Warship 2-3, 3 nautical miles off of your starboard bow, hailing you on channel 16, over. Green, this is Warship 2-3, you request meet me on channel 72, over.
Singer 4-5, make a VFR climb to 1,600 southeastbound. Singer 4-5, change my frequency 353.5. Singer 4-5, off with you, 353.5. Fritzinger 4-5, I have you loud and clear. North Elms weather is better than 5,005, altimeter 3012. 3012, copy weather, Fritzinger 4-5. Fritzinger 4-5, turn, left heading 090. 090, Fritzinger 4-5.
Control 1, Beaver 3, 2 south is closed and secure.
Fritzinger 4-5, traffic out of turn will be at 9 o'clock for...
We're going to head back down to 6 south and get permission to re-enter and go back to the dock and stand by. Thank you.
2,600. Searching 4-5. Singer 4-5, your climb out instructions are climb 2700 heading 2901, then a climbing left turn 1600 heading 180. 700, 291, then 180, up to 1600, climbing left turn, 4-5. Read back, correct.
Tower Kuna 3-4 is on visual, runway 29, hotel visual.
Kuna 3-4, Island Tower, check, wheels down, runway 29, wind 2208, clear to land.
Wheels down, clear to land, 29er for Kuna 3-4.
Fritzinger 4-5, turn left heading 065. 065, return 4-5. CR4 and 7 on the ground, text to your line via hotel short runway 18. Fritzinger 4-5, 7 miles south North Island Airport, perform landing checks. Landing complete, 4-5. Roger. Fritzinger 4-5, traffic 10 to 11 o'clock for 4 miles northwestbound, type unknown altitude in case of 1000. Searching 4-5. Do you mind to hotel, Mike? Fritzinger 4-5, clear North Island Airport via radar vectors precision approach, runway 29 offset, maintain 1,600, turn left heading 040. 040, maintain 1,600, cleared, PAR, runway 29, Fritzinger 4-5. And Britsinger 45, previously called traffic, no factor. Copy 45.
On the ground, good SU4, clear, runway 29, Bravo 3, mattzweck terminal.
Good at 34 Island ground, you can text back via Bravo 2 Alpha.
Terminal via Bravo 2 Alpha, good at 34.
What's going on? You can pick up some shit from Ranger.
Britsinger 45, turn left heading 320, stand by final. 320, stand by final, Britsinger 45. Britsinger 45, North South Thomas, still out here. How do you land there, about me? I'm just saying, I'll left course correcting. Left course correcting, turn left heading 315. 315, Britsinger 45. 2 knots for the transmission. Left course correcting. Touchdown.
No me dice que limpies el esquí.
Clear low approach. Low approach, runway 29.
Simón, ahorita lo llevo a drive.
Traffic, 1 o'clock, 5 miles, southeastbound, type of indicates 1,500. Sir James, 45. Follow up course correcting, slowly approaching glide path.
Boat 2, boat 1.
509 Island ground. Heading 310.
The furthest southwest, so on top of
Follow up course correcting.
furthest in between.
6 o'clock traffic, at 1 o'clock, 4 miles, southeastbound, type known outstanding.
San Diego Control 1, San Diego Control 1, this is Hangar 200112.
Coming up on glide path, begin the taxi.
San Diego, this is Warship 60,
Sorry about that.
Control 1200, good afternoon, I'm calling to confirm pilot and tugs 4-hour shift this afternoon.
Sierra 424, ground, taxi back to your line via hotel, short runway 18. Well, up course correcting slowly. Above glide path and holding. Above course correcting slowly.
PAO 200, San Diego Control 1, confirming Tractor 6, Tractor 11 with 07 on board. How copy?
16, over.
Slightly above glide path.
200 copies all, Tractor 6, Tractor 11, Pilot 7.
Above glide path.
200 standing by, 1612 out.
Course correcting slowly.
Copy.
On glide path. On glide path. Turn left heading 300. Slightly below glide path. Slightly below glide path coming up. On course. Below glide path and holding. 3 miles from touchdown.
Tractor 8, this is Warship 60,
Turn left heading
channel 13, over.
297. Well, right of course and correcting. Well, right of course and holding. Turn left heading 295.
Warship 60,
On glide path.
bridge tangent.
And too far right for 6 foot, so we're not sorry. Approach. Runway type, steering well, approach, 4 miles. Roger, 2 miles from touchdown, proceed visually, remain as frequency. Manage frequency, 4 miles.
Cap, we'll slow to 25 knots is a break. I want to make sure we're not trying to compete with Spirit San Diego here, occupying the same water space under stanchion 1920. Over.
This is Spirit of San Diego here. I will take the inside so you guys are free and clear to come under the bridge.
Roger, thanks, Captain. Appreciate it. Have a great day. This is 60, standing by, 13, out.
Still aircraft information, Lima's current, altimeter 3011.
Tower, landside 09 is holding short of pad 3 for channel departure.
Landside 09, Island Tower, can I get your soul and fuels on board?
3 souls, 2 plus 30 and fuel for landside 09.
Landside 09, roger, from pad 3, make a channel departure, wind 220 at 7.
Yeah, Nat, we zeroed in on that dolphin pod. I think I'm running out of options in time, okay? So that might be my my final shebang, okay?
X30 on the ground.
We gotta keep it positive.
Quite as loud. For extended period of time is subsiding.
Like, because what is it, like 3 hours, 115, or it's up there, and it doesn't mean gusts won't be that high, and we still have the eye wall, but
that typhoon warning's still in place.
Yeah, which is 74 miles per hour sustained or higher. So it's not up to that crazy level, but still kind of on the high side of things here. And just to answer like some questions here about when this is going to be over, I will reiterate the timing of this. Pulling off towards the north. All our times are in Eastern time. This is First Coast News out of Jacksonville. If you're just found us on YouTube or on social medias, or you're watching us on FCN Plus, maybe you Google Typhoon Senlaku, and that's the first thing that came up. We are out of Jacksonville, Florida, if you want to follow along with some latest news here, locally and globally. We're also going to be here with you covering hurricanes. So if you are out here on the East Coast and you're curious about friends or families, follow along, because during hurricane coverage, we got you. We're going to be here with you.
Yeah, this is how we treat them, and God forbid we have to, but, we're ready to go. We stay on throughout any sort of tropical storm or hurricane threat to the eastern United States, to us here where we're located in Northeast Florida in Jacksonville, for those not in the area. So, hang with us. We'd certainly appreciate it, as we kind of I'm just scrolling, right now, just scrolling social media, trying to get looks at different. I'm still seeing the same videos kind of populating, so it just tells me not a lot has been able to be shared. Max sustained wind still at 140. Let's see what Dvorak analysis. Yeah. Not much update as far as videos and things coming out just yet. But would be interesting at sunrise.
They did say in their 1 a.m. advisory for the typhoon that they wouldn't have another one until 9. So that's 4 hours from now.
That's interesting that they're not. But here's the thing with JTWC is that it is a military asset. So even if it's like I've asked JTWC, hey, what about the local impacts? And they say we don't do that. They cover military assets. So that's the official forecast that National Weather Service Guam uses. So they're going to put them out when they put them out and they come out. Like, they're not putting out hourly updates on this, unfortunately. Which would be really nice. That's why the National Weather Service out of Guam is kind of making those intermediate warnings with it. It's just part of finicky of life, I suppose, out here in the Mariana Islands. Part of the United States, but far removed from the resources that you have at the National Hurricane Center and lacking of hurricane hunters. Imagine if we had typhoon hunters in this. What the pressure readings and the wind speed would be. I feel like 24 hours ago, this might have rivaled Melissa. That's just subjective. I don't have any empirical data to back it up, but it was going here.
So in this part of the world, so kind of talk about the Mariana Islands, Guam, and Guam, what, 150,000 people?
Yeah,
roughly, and then these islands
about another 50,
60,000.
Yeah,
maybe.
So a little over 200,000 in general.
In general, just between the islands and Guam. So you're talking about between 55 and 60,000 people still dealing with life-threatening impacts. And then the greater Guam, while life-threatening, it might be pushing a bit considering those winds. It's still dangerous, and why those bases still locked down, I would imagine, or at least on.
Oh, they're 100% all still in Core 1 right now.
Yeah.
Then this after, of course, it passed directly over the island of Tinian and Saipan. And a lot of people are comparing it to previous storms. I would say you have to look back at U2, which was in 2018. That probably is the closest, or Sodalor. But U2, Saipan, it took weeks to recover. And one thing about that storm, it was a long duration event, very much like this one too. A long duration event, and conditions probably not going to improve here until Wednesday afternoon in Guam, but maybe Wednesday night for Saipan, at least till you get to a point where you probably go outside safely. It's going to be a slow-moving storm system still off here towards the north and still moving towards the northwest at like 5 miles per hour. Just reading a couple of the comments right here. Let's see. Gulf Coast hurricanes are no joke. Island Kid says, we agree with you. But the Gulf Coast has different impacts. Like, I think the wind threat here in the Marianas is probably a higher threat than the surge threat. Meanwhile, in the Gulf Coast, surge threat is kind of the main killer with the storm system. So they're the same monster. It's just the local topography and the way the infrastructure is built up is a little bit different. Of course, we have to kind of relay those threats out here.
Yeah, for sure. Surge, Gulf side, you get So they're talking about a 10 to 15 foot surge.
Yeah.
On this island, you get a 10 to 15 foot surge, say in Tampa, or God forbid Jacksonville. It's yeah, that's.
There's nothing to stop it,
and nothing like we I mean, for point of reference, 10 to 15 feet, we can use one in recent memory of Irma, right, or even Matthew for St. Augustine purposes. And if you can recall, I mean, with Irma, for instance, the entirety of downtown Jacksonville looked like you were just looking at, it was all in the river. You look outside of First Coast News and look out towards the stadium. It just looked like a giant lake, or you're just in the St. Johns River. That was just about 5 foot of surge.
Mm-hmm.
And that's enough. I mean, people's lives were changed. That was a 500-year, 1,000-year flood when we're talking about.
That was a 5 foot surge.
And that was 5, right? So you triple that. And think about what, now, of course, you're dealing with a little higher level terrain. But with us, with that, shallow sort of gradual incline and being at sea level, you'd have some just devastating, awful impacts there.
And I think, I remember off the Mariana coastline here, it's the deepest place on Earth, so there is a very steep shelf leading up to it. I actually swam in it once. That was part of the Navy.
We just jump off the ship?
Jumped off the ship over the Mariana Trench. It was a planned thing. I didn't just do it. Imagine. You know what, guys? I think I'm going to just do this today.
Yep. Throw me a life jacket. Well, this is a great example.
Oh, no, and I closed it off accidentally. Let's try that again. But yeah, just kind of on the surge level here. And, I mean, we've gotten some... Actually, Jackson, do you have some of the videos that we had from earlier in the day of the surge out there in Saipan?
Yes, let me pull that up.
Yeah, like, and because that one I'm seeing at the apartments, I'm not sure if that is surge or water inundation, but we do have one from earlier in the day that is definitely surge. It's right on the coast. Let's see. And while I'm pulling that up here. Okay, so this is from earlier in the day. It's a park right near the coastline. Kind of giving you an idea that even out well ahead of the storm, we are already seeing some of these water level rises on the coast. So a lot of homes are a little higher elevation, but I mean, still coastal areas, even here on Saipan, seeing some of this serious flooding. And this was ahead of it. I don't know what's happened overnight. Like we've been saying, limited information kind of coming out of here outside of what you guys are saying to us. But it's actually... this is a good example of what we were seeing earlier on in the day here.
Yeah, this person's still able to drive around a bit, but we concern ourselves greatly with surge. When we think about our local, East Coast, the United States, when we do run, when we do get those mandatory evacuation orders, we're generally talking about running from the water, hiding from the wind. And with us being at sea level, I mean, there's a lot of the islands and parts of the Pacific that are either volcanic islands, mountains. You got a little bit higher elevation where you can see. We don't have that, and so you get a 5-6 foot surge. A lot of that water, if you're in one of the listed flood zones, I mean, it's going to be up into your living room and look at 12. I mean, this isn't even about an estimate, I guess. Of what is happening now, but 12 feet. That's probably your second story.
I'm just reading from one of our there's an NBC affiliate that we have out there in Guam, and just reading that they said Core 1 it was in place at 4 p.m. on Monday. And there's no time specific that will end. It's just until the winds start to back off a little bit. Mm-hmm. Not a little bit, a lot of it, to the point where it's safe to go outside. But yeah, also they report in here that we were talking earlier about where people shelter. So there are high schools that do open up, hospitals that open up and for people to go and shelter as well, because there is no evacuating. So just sharing that little bit of information. I want to check and see kind of if there was some new information from some of these news outlets. Thing is, like the major news outlets on the islands, they have almost the same information we have. It feels like it's the middle.
It's isolated.
It's isolated. It's 5 a.m. The power's out. What are you gonna do?
It's a creature of the abyss right now. It's out, other than these islands, in some of the deepest water, if not the deepest.
It is the deepest
on
off the
Earth.
coast of Guam there.
When you're talking about, the Mariana Islands, obviously trench. You've got deep water, but deep warm water too with that energy. So here you go. What an impressive look too. That 3D kind of satellite look. Really, really interesting. Still, latest reports, 145 mile an hour winds. So that hasn't come down really since we've been talking with northwest.
I'm gonna try something.
Forward momentum at
if
5.
This works. I was trying to do a 3D slice on this.
Oh,
like let me try. So it works with radar.
It'll work with radar. I don't know if we can do it with satellite. That's a good question.
Maybe if I zoomed in. Maybe I'm trying too much here.
See what happens. It might give you a 3D scan of the latest radar.
I wonder if the radar might work. Because it's not a sweeping radar. It's the volume. It's the NORAD. But let's.
Usually have to use the sweeping. But let's see. I'd be interested.
Okay, nothing there. We don't really cover storms out here in the Western Pacific too much with some of these tools. So I'm like playing with them. Like, oh.
Maybe
okay.
Try this, yeah. But a good look there at texture.
Let's see if.
Okay, so
I'm gonna try it here and see if this was before the radar went down. Nah, it ain't gonna work. I'm not getting anything. Sometimes we can get a good side view of it, and it looks really cool. But this image enough is it gives you a good texture of what we got going on out here.
But that image is still from early this morning, 9:48 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Is 6 hours ago is the last radar scan we've had come in since they pulled the plug. Keep that thing operating.
Just reading some of the stuff here.
Yeah, I'm still kind of watching, seeing if any newer videos.
I'm going to tell you, I'm not trying to self-aggrandize. I'm just saying I'm happy that so many of you are watching the stream because I am seeing a lot of people comment like, there is no other information out here about this storm system. So shout out to First Coast News for when I came in this morning. I said, hey, let's do this. And there was no pushback. Like, hey, we're going to talk about a typhoon out here in the Mariana Islands. And it seems like the viewers are really appreciative of this here. How much longer do we start seeing the wind slow down? So if you're in 670 MS Vlog on YouTube here, if you are in Guam, probably another 6-7 hours. If you are in Saipan, you're probably not until tonight. So maybe 12 to 15 hours until you start to see some decent improvements. Unfortunately, it's moving slow. It is moving so just insanely slow right now. Where do you predict it will go next? Will it cause waves? Yeah, big old waves for Japan and the Philippines. But no direct impacts on any of the land areas after it kind of pulls off here towards the north. And also somebody on here says, I'm on Tinian. The wind is very strong right now. Have no vision outside, but I hear debris flying around and hitting the walls of my house outside.
Amazing they can still chat with us. That's
right?
Awesome.
Isn't that like a testament to like infrastructure, I guess? Like the fact that you are on a remote island and you can still talk to us.
That's great. Keep us posted. As best you can, as safely as you can. Keep us posted. Let us know what's happening, and we'll pass it on. But yeah, appreciate you streaming with us. That's very good stuff.
Lou, I don't know about you, but do you want to take like a little break here?
Let's take a break. Yep, we'll leave let's leave this image up for folks, and then just know we'll come back and we'll check in as we get more information. I know the sun's going to start coming up there in the next couple of hours. We'll start to see more visible imagery over the next several hours. With your current conditions right now, but this is out of Anderson, so this would be a little bit further west towards Guam. Still strong winds there, and out of Saipan, nothing.
It's down completely.
And so any measuring sites there, we're just kind of at the mercy of our infrared satellite. So we'll leave this loop up for you. And Robert, you've been doing a fantastic job. So thanks for keeping us informed on this. And don't go anywhere, and keep firing away those questions, because when we come back, we'll see what we've got going on and give you some updates. Welcome in, everybody, to Weather Impact Live. We do it every day at 4:30, but a little different. Today, I'm Chief Meteorologist Louis Turner here at First Coast News, joined by meteorologist Robert Spetta, who has been streaming all day long, watching a super typhoon on the Pacific side of things. So we do it a little different today. Ross, we got giving him a little bit of a break, because usually it would be Ross and I in here, but Mr. Spetta is our Pacific side, Philippine seaside expert, and has been watching this typhoon all day. So I know we've had folks joining us from the other side of the world watching this coverage here with our streams and on Facebook, on YouTube, and on First Coast News Plus. So for those who are still joining there, we're definitely going to get back into typhoon coverage and talk about those conditions. And then, of course, we will get, for those local here in Jacksonville that used to get in their local forecast, we'll of course jump into that as well, maybe after the first commercial break. But I think we spend the first 10 minutes or so jumping right back into typhoon coverage.
Yeah.
Robert, if you're okay with that. So kind of take us away, introduce, what we're looking at for those who are just joining us, new to this this stream and this coverage. What have you been talking about all day long?
Yeah, so let's talk about, this is a violent typhoon now. It was a super typhoon, Cat 5 equivalent. Made landfall here about 5 hours ago over Tinian. That's in the Northern Mariana Islands, just right near Saipan. The first landfalling tropical system in the United States here in 2026. You might be thinking, the United States, if you're not familiar with geography of the country you live in, out here, the Mariana Islands, Guam is part of the United States. It's U.S. territory. You can think of Puerto Rico, very similar to that. About 200,000 people live on these islands. They have a National Weather Service out here that has been following along with them as well. And yeah, you can see the inner core of this has already passed over Saipan and Tinian, and now we have the backside of the eye wall impacting there, as well as places like Rota still being impacted, and even over towards Guam, the backside of this still influencing the weather across those areas. Taking a look at the forecast track, it is going to lift towards the north. We're already seeing weakening. This was, last time we checked in, 140, 135 mile per hour winds, now down to 130. Borderline Cat 3 to Cat 4. Still technically a Cat 4, but it is starting to weaken. We're starting to see some of that dry air kind of eat away at it here. Big question, it really is, when's the wind's going to get better? A lot of these places like Guam, the power has been out for 24 hours. Saipan, it's just serious, like scary reports coming out of there about some of the damage we're seeing, and it looks like you still got some time. Local time there, probably not going to be until Wednesday evening that they start to see conditions improve to the point where you could venture outside, but more so probably Thursday morning in some of these locations. Chris, behind your scenes here, our director, if you don't mind popping up some of the video that we have, that we threw in there, just to show you some of the serious and ongoing situations out here with this storm system. Because, we were talking about the flooding out here, Lou, that was taking place on the West Coast.
Surge and rain, in addition, with how heavy the rain's been falling, and certainly with surge, some 10, 15 feet of water above normal, dry land. And there's some of that video. A lot of this happening too, unfortunately, never a fortunate time for this, but it's even worse when it's at night, while a lot of people are sleeping. This is, while it's still light out, this is before really you had the big landfall. So.
And this is not on Saipan too. Okay. I think I was mistaken earlier. This is Guam.
Okay, so we're on Guam here. Wow.
Yeah, then this was that surge way out ahead of it.
Yeah. That
was pushing on shore.
Yeah, so this is all ahead. Still daylight hours even before this storm had moved a little north and east. Hotel here, Robert, with some play, and this is not ground level.
No, this second floor. See the door cracked open there, which is telling me this probably that the windows probably got blown out in the second floor. And I already been seeing reports of windows blown out, things like that. And if that happens, the water just has free reign to come in with the rainfall. And the wind blowing at easily over 100 miles per hour in a lot of these spots, causing some flooding even on the second floor of some of these buildings here. So you have those impacts as well. So it is a range of impacts from, of course, the surge, so seeing the coastal flooding there. We also had some serious flooding in a few spots. Ironwood Apartments there in the west coast of Saipan, just completely submerged a lot of the vehicles out there. And on top of that, just of course the damaging winds continuing to take place as this slowly creeps off towards the north. This is one of the images from the eye wall of this, and you can even see some flashes there, Lou. Right, transformers going off out there.
Yeah, and so power has been out for probably 24 hours, if not more.
Yeah.
And you're wondering, okay, so you had a great point. Why are we, if power's been out for so long, why are we seeing lights in these parking lots?
Right.
And you would explain a lot of these folks in communities are using solar power that will trigger lights when power outages occur. So why we would be, that's why I guess we'd be seeing even in where this person's shooting video from looks like from a bedroom window out, and where they've got no power. So a little bit of light kind of illuminating the issues there. So yeah, and this is I believe this is from that apartment complex you were talking about, and folks were actually trying to run from the first floor of their apartments out to try to get to a little bit of higher ground, because something else we talk about with this, and if you've missed earlier streams, there's no evacuation really. You don't pick up and leave. You're not like here in Florida, you get on one of our interstates and leave, but that's not the case. Here, you just got to find high ground and count on some pretty strict, and at least more strict building codes that are going to keep you safe.
And it goes back to even the 60s and 70s. There was a couple typhoons that hit the area. Thousands of people were killed, and they ever since then they've said, okay, we're going to make these building codes so super strict. Unlike here in Florida, where we have building codes, but it's not like reinforced concrete. A lot of these homes out here in Guam and Saipan, and especially if you have military friends out there, the base is 100%. It's reinforced rebar concrete. These things are built like not literally a bomb, but that's what they're built for. They're like the taking the full brunt of a super typhoon. And it's not just a building code. Like in 2015 we had 2 typhoons that hit this area. 2018 we had U2. 2023 we had Mawar. This area is known for getting powerful storm systems. If you built a wooden home, it's not going to be there in a couple of years. So as long as everybody stayed inside and hunkered down throughout this, they should be fine outside of some of those low-lying flooded areas like we just seen in the video there, which does cause me some worry in some of those spots.
And we hope to get positive information, but it's really going to take today what would be, they're just out of sunrise.
Yes.
So sun's just coming up and we're getting some daylight. So a little more assessment, a little more video that we'll start to process and really probably have for you as we go through the later evening news shows, but also tomorrow as you stream along with us as well. The kind of the textured infrared satellite imagery is always a handy tool when we're talking hurricanes. We'll use this storms the Atlantic side as well, but just showing the various heights that we have with the cloud tops. They're obviously the tallest right there, kind of.
And that's the part that's kind of going over Tinian and Saipan right now too, is those higher cloud tops in the bottom right.
A little bit of electricity with this too. We've seen lightning pops within that eye wall as well.
Yesterday, I tell you, Lou, yesterday when we were up at this 175 knots, I think it was 175 to 180 miles per hour, 175. Like this thing was firing a whole lot of electric storm in the eye wall, and as we know, like if you see that is indicating that rapid explosive intensification. The higher edges of storm systems, usually tropical systems, don't have that amount of lightning coming out of them, and this one definitely has had that here. It's rough stuff. Take a look. Actually, this is just put it in perspective. Look at the wind reports. Now, Saipan's station has been down. It looks like it's still down.
Which you can understand.
But Anderson still reporting 71 mile per hour gust. And the storm is a good solid 100 miles away, the center is. But they still are looking at gusts nearly at hurricane
and Anderson,
strength.
For clarity, Anderson, the Air Force base, just kind of on that, what would be north, kind of eastern tip of Guam, right? So yeah, that the island there, just kind of at the bottom, middle of your screen. there is kind of what we're talking about, and you see how far away that eye wall is, and now those winds would be kind of shifting more out of northwest, but still gusty, and it's going to be like that considering the northwest movement at 6. Just such a slow mover.
So slow. I wonder if I can look, because this is looping back 6 hours. Let's see how far. Can I go back 24 hours on this loop? I wonder, or maybe not even that far, 12 hours, because it gives us a good idea. Oh, here we go.
Well, while Robert gets our loop settled, we're going to take a quick time out, pay some bills. We are going to get to some local weather as well. Oh, there you go. There's kind of that long. I mean, just how clear that eye wall, and you can see how a little bit of replacement.
EWRC right there, yeah,
right there, and a little less symmetrical now that it's reemerging, but nonetheless extraordinarily powerful. Let's take that time out. We'll take a break and be right back on the other side. Stay there. All right, so welcome back to it. And I know, Robert, you were over there. Any comments? I know we've been getting a lot of questions from, a big reason we've been talking about typhoon coverage. We've had a lot of people from all over the globe kind of streaming along. People kind of in the dark about this because not a lot of coverage, not a lot of communications coming out. So we've been dependent on Robert. But what have you been hearing?
Well, a lot of people are still commenting here. A lot of people from Guam and Saipan and some of our social medias just following along. Saipan, I haven't heard from anybody in a minute. They've just been talking about how seen some pretty decent damage there. The roofs being ripped off, down trees, down power lines. Their communications might have been knocked out. Their local cell service, Docomo, has been doing an amazing job kind of keeping things up. I'm telling you. But as people don't have Starlink, I think they're getting to the point where they're kind of... Rhoda's been that way in the south, in the middle island there. They've been just completely out of communication for a moment as well. So I am still seeing some people out of Guam, and they're saying the winds are still obviously picking up across that area too. So it's been like... they're overnight when this storm was hitting, we got some just absolutely wild reports out of there. But right now, I think a lot of people are just talking about how power's out and communications are down in a lot of these spots.
And probably completely exhausted too, because it was a sleepless night. I mean, maybe not necessarily anxiety driven. I'm sure that was part of it, but also just the noise that's associated with a storm like this, just constant, persistent, deafening wind all night long is going to keep it up. So, maybe as things slowly begin to subside, get some rest if they're able. And as communications come back, we'll get some images.
I mean,
there.
I think it's going to be a while though.
Oh, yeah.
Just pointing this out. Look at the dry air filtering in on the west side of it, and you can really see that taking place. But look at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
This is still wrapping in.
Still really powerful.
Oh, and just one more look at the cone before we go over to the local forecast. We'll wrap it up here with Ice Bow. Taking a look at yeah, this is moving off towards the north, slowly, still at 6 miles per hour. It's not moving fast, and slowly will edge off towards the north. Could eventually impact some of the northern Mariana Islands here, like well further towards the north, south of the Ogasawara Islands, south of Japan. Maybe eventually playing some games with the jet stream and influencing the weather in the United States, at least the continental United States, in the extended forecast. But for now, it is going to be a fish storm after it moves away from the Mariana Islands and kind of back out to sea here.
There you go. Well, Robert, we appreciate it. Let's come back home.
Yeah.
For those just kind of with us for that local forecast, where a lot more tame.
Very.
It's just incredible how the next 7 to 10 days. Now we do get a change deep in the 7-day forecast. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But right now, just we are clear on satellite. We've had a full, sunny, beautiful day. Hard pressed to see any rain anywhere, kind of on our region, and that's why Robert's kind of drawn on our big stacked high pressure dome, the heat dome, the dry air dome that's over us. And you see off to the west just a little bit of rain activity with a front that's back towards the Mississippi River Valley. But what that and back there you can see just west of Dallas, what that high is going to do, if you think about the hub of a wheel, is it's just kind of steering and driving things, blocking, and just going to drive a lot of that rain back to our north and stay to our west. Now, that front does eventually cross northeast Florida, but the rain chances with it look really, really small.
Yeah, and my goodness, a lot of severe weather off towards the north.
Yeah, a lot of alerts popping right now.
But at least, here it's dry. But we have our own problems to deal with.
Sure.
Fire weather being a big issue out here.
Yeah.
And it's heating back up. I tell you, a week ago, we were in the 50s, 60s.
Yeah, we had that powerful nor'easter, and it certainly gave us some rain, but just not enough to get us in a true surplus for the month of April. And we're really, guys, looking like, we're getting till the very end of April, maybe 25th, 26th, if we're looking at long range forecasting, before we see our next significant rainfall chance. And with modeling, you get that far out, you don't have a lot of confidence. You just pick up patterns, and that pattern would suggest, but even then, not getting the hopes up too much. With current temperatures, though, here for Tuesday afternoon, we are in those mid and upper 80s. Waycross seeing that 87 right now, a little more mild at the beaches. Thing is, you couple what we're getting right now with what we had in the winter. We had a series of frosts and freezes that dries out all those fuels out there, and now we're just baking. So lower relative humidities each afternoon, and with some sea breeze activity kind of kicking up each afternoon as well in that east wind 10-15 mile an hour range, it could trigger enough to get a wildfire going. And that's kind of the theme of our week is making sure we're using extra caution, because each day through the next 7 days, each part of our forecast, at least to Sunday, we're ticking it up a degree or two temperature wise. So yeah.
We're talking about the wildfires. The Sargent fire, which is on Baker County over towards Ware and Charlton, that's still going, right? I think last time I checked, it was about 85% contained.
Yeah. And there's an even bigger one. I don't know if you're able to pull up. I had a camera pulled up out of it might be in the right now look, but it's out of Collier County. So this is actually down towards Naples, but it's a fire that's now grown to 1,500 acres. And Florida Forestry Service, it's not working on this one, is it? I think I pulled it up on 2, but it doesn't matter. It's only about 40% contained.
I can do it.
And we've got some evacuation orders in place. Now, this again for Naples, but what that shows us is a statewide issue, right? So this extreme to exceptional drought impacting, I think, something like 90% of the entire state of Florida. So what's happening in Collier counties and near Lee County down towards Naples is kind of more the rule than the exception, and certainly would be possible here in Northeast Florida as well. But they're along that I-75 corridor towards Alligator Alley. They've had some really bad visibility and a lot of bad smoke. So we are considering that, thinking about that with these drought conditions. Again, a majority of the state in at least severe, if not exceptional We got a couple areas down that I-4 that's doing a little bit better than others because they've had some rain with fronts that kind of seem to keep their juice together towards the theme parks for some. I guess anybody tries to go on vacation, if it's going to rain anywhere, it's going to rain on Disney World.
At least you avoid the crowds, I guess.
I guess.
I'm
telling
positive.
You. But now, so we are going to take one more commercial break before we wrap things up. We'll put a bow on it with a 7-day forecast, tell you what we mean by the front that could change things up as we leave you kind of with your fire danger really cooking over the weekend. So stay right there. We'll be right back. We are back. I want to commend Robert. Man, you've been streaming all day. We're going to put a kind of bow on your broadcast day. You need to get some rest so you can get back tomorrow and do it all over again.
Okay.
Need to see all that's come out of, the Mariana Islands.
Yeah.
This typhoon. I know there's more to talk about even tomorrow, and that's usually the bigger part of the story is what happened and we actually get some eyeballs on it. But kind of wrapping up our local forecast here in these final few minutes before we get started at on air side of things at 5 o'clock. That fire danger. Why is it so high for Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Well, you can see those temperatures tell a big story. As we get into the low 90s into Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and our weekend, really baking things out. Very, very minimal rain chances. We get that west-southwest wind shift by Sunday, going to help warm us up. And we put that 20% chance of showers in there. I think it's just a little bit of courtesy.
Just a
tip of the cap to the front. That's
maybe some clouds and like a little spit.
Yeah, we're thinking in that 20% is most likely going to be kind of Waycross, Blackshear, Southeast Georgia before the front makes its way in and kind of fizzles out here. So I haven't seen a lot of rainfall. I don't know what you've seen, but
not really. I think the big thing probably everybody's looking forward to is at least it cools off, and it's almost not quite a nor'easter, but almost because northeast winds are going to set up behind it.
Yeah, for a day at least. But then it looks like high pressure kind of comes right back in with it. And it's the same old song and dance again for another week. And it very likely we get those 850 heights kind of return. And we get to Wednesday, Thursday where we're back in the 80s if we're looking at the extended. But yeah, a couple days reprieve. And it's extremely noticeable, when you're going from 93 Sunday to 74 Monday, that a front is going to cross. But fronts come in a lot of different forms. Sometimes it's a big rain event. Sometimes it's merely a wind shift. Many times it comes with a temperature profile change, sometimes all three. But that spoke and wheel kind of format with the high pressure just kind of acting the hub, pushing everything up into the north. That front tries to cross. Watch what happens. Yeah, so Waycross, Blackshear, there's your 20%.
That's about it.
Bring me some rain to St. Johns County.
We need it.
Doesn't seem like it's very likely, and even if it did, it would be very short-lived and not enough to fill up my cat food.
My yard is crunchy.
Crunchy? Which means it could catch fire, which means don't park cars on grass, which means don't let me moth flicker Virginia Slim outside the window of the Cadillac. Don't let her do it, because that would be one of those man-made causes of getting fire going. We joke, but I'm serious. Don't put your cigarette butts out. Don't smoke. Hey, quit. I've been telling you since the 90s. But if you do, put that thing out in the ashtray, because it is kindling box out there at least through the next week until we look really extended for our next best chance of rain. So enjoy. I get, make the most of it. We can't be downers about this. It is beautiful weather. We got jumbo shrimp playing every night through the week, 7:05. Beautiful weather for some baseball as well, and a great looking weekend for any beach trips or hanging out by the pool or yard work, whatever you got to do. For Robert Spetta, who's been streaming, literally all day long. Appreciate that, sir, and track and get some rest. I'm meteorologist Lewis Turner. We'll be back here tomorrow at 4:30, same time. Probably a couple extra streams for typhoon coverage as well. So check out First Coast News Plus, Facebook, YouTube, wherever you catch us. And otherwise, I'll see you on TV at 5. Y'all have a great one.
We've got it's Tuesday, April 14th, and we've got a bit of a nice day today, especially up in the mountains. This is Kirkwood. They are skiing on about 1.5 feet, 2 feet of new snow, which is awesome. A lot of ski resorts are closed. Palisades remains open. Kirkwood remains open. I don't think North Star's open anymore, but the snow is rapidly dwindling, as you know. We've got more weather coming our way as we go into the next couple of days and into the next week or so. The models, which we'll see coming up shortly, are kind of indicating potential for more, and kind of very similar to what we just experienced, which was a significant spring weather system. So today's talking about the next weather system, which right now is poised to move into the Pacific Northwest, where they have cascade winter weather warnings and advisories for heavy snowfall. Far northern California, you're going to get some rain between tonight and tomorrow. And then as we go into the weekend, the late weekend coming up, we tee up another weather system for the following week. At least that's how it looks right now. Good morning. I hope you're having a good day. I'm a little behind schedule here. I still have a cold. Not feeling that awesome, but I just hate to miss these because it's what we do, right? This again, Kirkwood. This is Heavenly Valley. Not so sure they're open. I don't see a lot of spinning of the chairlifts there. Let me see if I can log this in for you. Is it going to go? Look, that X is a bad sign. Let's see what we got here. Let's go down. Yeah, I don't think they're open. That's Heavenly Valley right now. Temperatures at Heavenly are about 38 degrees. It's going to be a warm day up there. Yeah, when ski resorts, it's a lot to keep them open this time of year. This is the Weather Service headlines. I'm going to take some coffee. Appreciate your patience. Appreciate your, with the slurping. I know. It's hard. Well, it's because the mic's so damn close. You try to eat with the mic close. I'm not eating, but I'm drinking. It's not that hot. This is the heavy snow in the Cascades. You got a winter storm warning up there. This is Weather Service headlines. These are Weather Service offices. This is one up near Seattle, but they're going another 10 feet or 10 inches of snow in the Cascades. And it lasts Tuesday through the 14th through the 16th of April. So a few days. And that system is just going to cut north enough to us that it triggers winds up around Reno, up around the Sierra Nevada. And they're going gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour. Lake wind advisories, things like that. That lasts for the next day and a half. And then down by the Big Bear Eagles, we'll look at those guys today. But the wind advisories and wind gusts up to 55 miles an hour out around Bishop, in the areas kind of by Mammoth Mountain, wind gusts pretty aggressive. So that'll be the next couple of days. And then down in the far southwest, we will find Vegas and places like that cooling off as this system comes in and brings the wind, and then follows up with what will be, looks like an equal opportunity weather system. So we'll peek at that coming up. This is the satellite loop. What do you see? You see that system go to the Pacific Northwest. For sure you see it right there. And so that's kind of, see the cold air. Look at that trajectory. So remember, weather systems have personalities. And this is a personality. This is a cold weather system. And it's not all that dry because this cold air is merging with this warm, more subtropical air. This air, most of this air is coming from near the Hawaiian Islands anyway. So this looks like a very productive storm for the Pacific Northwest, and it will clip far northern California. It looks something like this. This is where it is now. But you can already see some scattered showers trying to show up in the Hood River area. Those showers will work their way south, probably to Fort Bragg as we go into tonight and tomorrow. So we'll keep an eye on that. That would be awesome, get some more scattered showers. But with the main impact for most of California, especially Lake Tahoe and down towards Bishop and down towards Palm Springs, this will generate some wind as the pressure gradient builds. But there is something behind it. We'll start with the computer model first off. And what we got is, let me see, pull this in here. This is that's GFS. So this is, I wanted to show you that system. Here we are this afternoon, or pardon me, tomorrow morning. So this is that system. Tomorrow morning up around Cape Mendocino, a few scattered showers. That's Lake Mount Shasta. That's tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So you see it does have an impact, but you see the lines. See those lines crunching together? Can you see the black lines? That's your pressure gradient. That's where the wind's coming from. And so we break off. That system goes through. The wind's below. High pressure builds in. And then we get to Saturday, and you'll see the lines thicken up again. And there's a system. And this is not a bad-looking system. This is Saturday. Again, this is the GFS. This is Saturday at 11 a.m. Or pardon me, that's Saturday. This is Sunday morning, right here, and that looks like Sunday. Looks like it's going to be wet. I know, and this is one of those weekends. This is that time of year where people have outdoor plans, weddings and parties and things like that. So we'll keep our eye on it. But right now, look how far it dips, right? And we'll look for moisture. But this is on Tuesday, so it wants to hang out Sunday through Tuesday. And into Tuesday night and linger in the mountains. And it should be good. And I'll show you some precip potentials that are pretty impressive. I think this is more granular. This is the Euro. This is just to show you, okay, this is the system for tomorrow mid-morning, afternoon. Snow in the mountains. And then it goes by. And then the Euro doesn't go out as far, but we're looking towards next weekend, Sunday. And then here comes, I think this is Saturday, and then there's Sunday. And so both models are going, hey, listen, we got something here. And nothing's ever a slam dunk in weather, as you know. So this is Sunday, 8 a.m. I know, Sunday, 8 a.m. There's a lot, but that's when you get thunderstorms with that. Not we haven't had our share of thunderstorms. Okay, so look at a couple models. This is a long range model. This is temperature anomaly, and we'll just look at the big picture at 500 millibars, looking up, right, halfway through the atmosphere, essentially, and we'll see how the weather systems evolve, the main systems, and it goes like this. So, like this. Here comes that system that is for that clipper system. This is, oops, sorry, I went too fast. This is right now, and then there comes that clip. That's tonight, tomorrow. See it? Just not a big deal. That blue, that purple blue area represents, oops, I don't want that, represents below average temperature. So there's tonight, tomorrow. Clips through. It's not a big deal, other than it does create wind. See how its proximity to the high. See this, even of the upper atmosphere, you can see how close the isobars are together. That's at 500 millibars. It's going to be it brings some pretty strong wind into that Great Basin. And the high builds in quickly. The anomaly. See the temperature's warm. You go, ooh, going to be a nice day. Back into the 60s, and then all of a sudden Sunday rolls around. Right here. Let's see if I can get this right. So this is Saturday. Not a bad day. Sunday. That thing looks raging. Right? It's wrapped up. This is Sunday. Evening. It's just lingering. So those are dynamics. That looks really good. Looks really good. And the reason I say that is because we're not looking at vorticity or fuel, but we're looking at the mean position of a jet stream that's going to have access to subtropical moisture down here. It's already got cold air in here, and it's gonna pull from here and right front quadrant, right? So you got everything. You got if that happens, and that's a week away. It's not quite a week away, but this very similar to what we just experienced. Quite frankly, not. I wouldn't expect it to be as potent, but with the fuel, let's take a look. So I'll put a loop around it. This is the system coming down now. See the dryness right there. So that's the system sliding through on Wednesday evening. Maybe a sprinkle, right? You can see that I backed it up again. So this is Wednesday morning, tomorrow morning. So maybe a few sprinkles, Crescent, well, for sure around Crescent City. Maybe some drizzle in Marin County tomorrow morning. Then it dries out real quickly. Remember that from the upper air? This is upper air and lower air. This is precipitable water. It's a layer showing you from here to 18,000 feet how wet the atmosphere is. And that brown represents dry, represents the high pressure. And then here comes, now this is good. See, this is Saturday. And so you can see the swirl, right, wrapped up. Precipitable water, sea level to 500 millibars. And that it's got it going on. You see, well, Bill, it's really dry in here behind it. Yeah, that's cold air. That's cold air that wants to grab onto this moisture. Look at that thing. That's spinning. That's Sunday, Saturday. I mean, that's right front quadrant stuff. Monday into Tuesday, there's moisture available all the way to Wednesday. Looks like, and then it dries out. So Tuesday, this looks like a Sunday night into Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, the moisture's there certainly, and the dynamics are there. It's so we looked at the parts, right? We looked at all three parts: surface, two upper air, one upper air, looking for dynamics. And the next upper air and sea level looking at precipitable water is a fuel. So here is what happens between now and, hang on, this is rainfall accumulations. This is now between now and 5 o'clock on Wednesday. So it's not much, but as I say, almost a 1/10 of an inch up in Crescent City. And you go, okay, wait, remember that the ridge builds in, maybe a few snow flurries up around Lake Tahoe. Ridge builds in, waiting, and on Saturday this starts to show up offshore. And it comes in. This is Sunday. This is Sunday night, Monday morning, so it's not here to Sunday. So Sunday, that's interesting. A couple of the models are showing, this is the GFS, that Euro was showing it raining sooner, but either way, so the thing's just offshore on Sunday. Maybe Sunday's not a bad day. We got a ways to go. This is Monday evening, Tuesday morning. I'm confused a little. And then into Tuesday, it looks like it really lays it right into Tuesday. Well, let's not get too wrapped into the long range, but the idea that early next week, this is what happens. And then those are significant rainfall totals through the middle of the week. And then watch what happens. There's a secondary low that I didn't show you that pops into. So if you were to buy this, not as robust as what happened last week, but next week has the potential to be wet. I'm not going to get too granular with that Sunday thing. Right now, Sunday, I think, is a little in question, Sunday afternoon for your activities. But we got time. What's today? Tuesday? Yeah, we got plenty of time. So I hope that worked for you. Yeah, this cold. Now I feel crappy today. I know. Like I woke up yesterday, I was like, I just sound like crap. I don't feel like crap. Day before, I just sound like crap. And then today, I sound like crap and I feel like crap. I know. It's kind of cool to get sick. I've been sick. I literally have been sick forever. So it's kind of cool. And there's no surf, and I'm not missing much. Just playing on the weather computer, looking at live cameras like this, Mount Shasta, one of the most spiritual places on the planet. We're going to talk a little bit about Big Sur today and its relationship to Mount Shasta, Joshua Tree, Ojai, and Mount Tamalpais. And you already know what that is, I'm sure. So that's that debris fill from the landslide. Shasta today will go 62 degrees. Pretty awesome. And you see the clear skies, but see the cirrus clouds? That's bumped up ahead of the weather system to the north. Remember that one that comes down on Tuesday or into Wednesday morning. And then Fort Jones, beautiful shot. What we got going on there? Just beautiful. That's stunning. Fort Jones today will go 62 degrees as well. And then this is Crescent City. Crescent City's going to see a little bit of rain by, right? Let's see. I would suggest by tomorrow morning, I would think. Yeah. I love that bay. My wife's family used to have a house in Arcata, which I think is more up here. But they had a view. It's kind of that Bayside. If you ever been to Bayside, it's kind of cool. It's up on a hill, and so they looked over this beautiful bay. Poor thing, though, she goes, it was never. It was always cloudy, never sunny, but there were days like today. Today's beautiful. This is looking towards what did I say? I think this is looking towards Taylorsville or no, Sierraville. Kind of almost to Nevada now. Temperature in this zone is going to be in the low 60s today. High desert. Getting ready for more rain and snow. Not today, but by tonight, late tonight and tomorrow in the north. And then this is Paradise. Let's put a loop on it. It's funny how places, I like this shot only because I grew up there, but it's funny how places, it seems so big to me. Now I look at it, it's so bite-sized. We used to go between the canyons, right? We'd run between. I'll tell you exactly what we did, man. As I indulged myself. We did the models, right? Yeah, we're cool. A little wind shift there, huh? So, Feather River Canyon, Butte, we roam between the Butte Creek Canyon and the Feather River Canyon. So this is the west branch of the Feather. This is Butte Creek. Both good-sized rivers, quite frankly, especially in the spring. And then we'd go hunting down here on the flats down by Neal Road. And we would roam between, this was it. And it seemed gigantic. Oh, and we'd take our motocross bikes up the railroad tracks. Up past, that's Paradise Lake right there, and that's Magalia, old dog town. But it doesn't, when you're small and everything seems big, and I look and I go, oh man, that's so teeny. And it's not teeny actually; it's fairly large. But it was a cool childhood. It was cool. It was literally that I talked about this before. It was that Stand By Me thing, right? I mean, it was thuggy for sure, dude. It was thuggy, but it was kind of fun because it was adventure. It was Stand By Me. Listen, I know bullying's bad and all that, but it's good. Sometimes it's good, and it was good for me. Only because it puts, if you can stand up to it, you're okay. I guess it's not if you can't. I never thought about that. But in terms of just being forged in the fires, oh my god. I think that's why I like surfing so much, because there's a certain amount of that in surfing, where there's a certain amount of unreasonable bigger guys than you, and you got to figure out a way to navigate, right? I know. I did figure out ways to navigate. This is Tomales Bay. I could tell you, I used to kayak out there all the time, go camping. We paddle in at this side. This is Highway 1 over here. See, if it's even to Tomales, I'm sure. Where's my little checker pointer? There it is. So that's Highway 1 runs right along here. And we put in up here by Hog Island, that big island in the middle, and then we paddle up to White Banks, which is kind of out by the dairy. I guess it's the dairy, right? And you're not, I didn't know if I think you can get away with it because it was high tide line, but we just camp out there for 3 or 4. We take our dog, Pam and I, we load up wood on these kayaks and ice chests and beer and steaks. Wouldn't see anyone. We go out in the middle of winter. It was so fun. I don't know. I think you can still do it. I think you need permits now. But I remember going, it was heaven. We'd wake up, this is the air quality. You wake up in the morning and the elk. Have you ever heard an elk call in the morning? You probably have, but oh my God. And then you had ospreys, and it was just beautiful. And they weren't used to people out there, the animals, so they were pretty, it was weird. They were very, I think because we just sit, we'd kayak during the day, and then we'd come back and read during the afternoons. This is air quality alerts. I just have fond memories of that. It was fun. Pam is a gamer. I go, let's do this. She go, okay. Like the time we climbed Mount Shasta with no rope. You don't need rope, but it would have been smart to have rope. This is where are we now? That's Sites Reservoir. Looks like, I think this is part of where we're looking towards the north and the east. That body of water, this whole area, I think, is what we're talking about on the Sites Reservoir, the new reservoir that it looks like it's going to go through. It has great potential for groundwater, which really excites me a lot. Because I think about aquifers. Aquifers are huge, you guys. I mean, from Redding to Bakersfield, that's all an underground aquifer, and it's been drained severely. And so you kind of feel it. And it doesn't take weeks; it takes decades. And that's where we are right now. I think more than decades to get that thing right back. And so it would be, I remember growing up as a kid, and I'll bet you remember too. I remember vernal springs everywhere where the water would just be so wet, it would just percolate up in your backyard, and then it would go away in the summer. So I'm rooting for it. This is San Francisco. San Francisco today is going to go 63 degrees. Alrighty. Thanks for bearing with me today. I wasn't going to do this, and I kind of feel an obligation to myself and to you guys, just because it's, we should look at the state every day and appreciate and be grateful for where we are. That's what a lot of this is. It's just being grateful, right? The weather off the top is, in my mind, the models and that is kind of connecting you to nature, connects me to nature. So I don't know if it does you or not, but it connects me, and it's like, oh, okay, that's just it's alive. And then when you go on this back end and you do these live cameras and nature snacks and things like that, it's just like, oh, I'm grateful I live in a place where like that. And people can bust on San Francisco all they want. It's the most beautiful city in the world, and it's coming back fast. It's gone up and down. I've been around long enough. I've seen San Francisco go from 0 to 60 numerous times. Talked to my dad. He just passed, but he remembers before World War II. They thought the world was ending. After World War II, they were all pissed because all the servicemen stayed. And it got crowded. San Francisco was a little town in 1938. They had Lowell High School kids. That's when my dad would run around West Portal, sand dunes, the whole bit. And they were pissed. So back in 1965, they were pissed. Oh, San Francisco's a pit, because they really moved out. And it was like, it's so busy now. And it just evolves. And it evolves in a way that will never go too south because of the climate, because of the climatic zone that you're in. Mediterranean climate is very productive, as you can see in some of the great civilizations in the world. This is Big Sur. Big Sur is one of the most dramatic coastlines in the world. It's an artist colony. It's one of the top road trips in the world on Highway 1. And Pfeiffer, I've never seen this, but Pfeiffer has a purple beach, which is the magnesium and the garnet mixing off the slopes, which I've never seen that. The Esalen Indians were the Esalen natives were the early inhabitants. It is one of the most spiritual places, certainly in California, that combines Big Sur, Mount Shasta, Joshua Tree, Ojai, and Mount Tamalpais. And I think I have some pictures of it too. That's kind of mood I was in today. Yeah, and it's so beautiful, right? And it's crowded, I know. And the highway's open again, man. I've never seen McWay Falls. Never seen that. Got a little slideshow here, dude. Yeah, that's pretty. There's some surf in here. Some of these little points line up once in a while. That's beautiful. Take the clock. Okay, we're good on time. Let's do one more pick. That's too small. I can't afford that. Yeah. Henry Miller was there. That's how they used to get stuff, product from the hills, probably logs and things like that, out to the ships. I can remember, I've seen that up north too. Point Reyes had some things like this, where you couldn't dock the ships, there were no harbors. This is, you know where it is. That's Bakersfield area. Bakersfield today is going to go 72. Air quality doesn't look bad. Pop-up clouds. Dude, how awesome is that when the clouds hit that's really, right? That's why we do this right there. That's why we do this. I hate to keep going on about California. I'm such a fan. And Santa Barbara, like I've said in the past, it's, if you don't live here, you want to live here. Everybody loves Santa Barbara. The people are kind. Everybody's nice. They're very environmentally sound. Maybe a little nutty sometimes, but when I mean environmentally sound, they just pay attention. They pay attention to water usage. Sometimes I go a little further south, and when people don't pay attention to their water usage, I'm like, if you're in California, you should pay attention to your water usage. There's Los Angeles. Beautiful day. Air quality is great. We can peek at the air quality real quick. Appreciate you new subscribers. And thanks for making this fun for me, because I don't even feel good today, and it's still kind of fun. It's fun to share this place, and I have been almost everywhere. The only area I don't know, this is an area I don't know. It's out by Carlsbad. Looking down towards out towards the water in Orange County, but I used to live in a van. We could talk about that someday too. I was in graduate school, but I was in the car, so I was doing a lot of traveling around, dodging that knock on the window. Hey, is someone in there? It was cool. I often say this is the highs for today. That's a beautiful day. I often say I was, and this is not making fun of unhoused, but I was unhoused for like 6 years. But I was in graduate school. I was just really frugal, so I was kind of cool. Like, girls seemed to like it. It was sort of cool unhoused because I had a clean van with the surfboard, and I graduated from Berkeley, and I had I'm going to graduate school. On paper, it was awesome. We both know better. I enjoyed it. These are the highs for tomorrow. And so I grew and fell in love with the state growing up. I fell in love. When you live in a van, you fall in love with the state even more because you see stuff. and people. There's the satellite. There's big storms up in here. They're looking at big thunderstorm activity and flooding concerns in this area here. And you can, if I pull back, I should have spent more time on it, but you can see right here, obviously, right? And then some wind advisories, and then there's our system. Okay, thanks for making this easy. This is, that's Jackie. Let's see if she pulls off on the birds a little bit. She moved a little bit. They're getting so big so fast. What should I do this? Sorry, I'm being all janky now. Oh, dang it. Right, nice bill. Really good. Nice touch. God. There was a time when I first started doing these. This is Ocean Beach. Gonna be windy. A little bit of white caps offshore. Not very big. Doesn't get very big. Stays kind of small this week. There's a higher tide too at Steamer Lane. That's where the swell's doing. I think it stays small. Yeah, 2 to 3. It doesn't come up until next Monday. Oh, and that coincides a little bit with this next weather system, doesn't it? And let's see if we can pick out the winds. Need little south winds on Tuesday night. Yeah, see? So that's that system. And that's the model picking up on because south winds indicate usually a low pressure. And then that's, this is Carlsbad. Oh no, now I'm bumming. That's my boy. Oh, she pushed him along. Like somebody got there before our guy. Look at that. I'm a little, they put up like a little kiosk for something important, I'm sure. But that's where my boy, this guy, he's pissed. This is our boy here. Pretty sure. Is that his stuff? And we get a guy that posts up every day right here. This is Carlsbad. I don't know. Beautiful day. Yeah. I'll bet he eyeballed him a little bit. Huh. No, well, I'll ponder that later. Mammoth, dude, that ski season for them, they really just riding it right in. I was checking Palisades. Billy Hudson sent me some snow depths, and they're at the top of the mountain, they're over 60 inches on the base, and down low they're at 24 inches. They got a couple of feet of snow, max a couple feet. I never saw 3 feet. I thought I saw somebody reporting something like that, but I never saw it confirmed. So 2 feet of snow. I think Mammoth got around 18 inches as well. But just a fun day. Nobody works anymore. And then this is the Venice Beach, LA 71, Santa Barbara 66, San Francisco 63, Redding 68. And like I said, man, like people moving, man. I'd want that guy pushing my wheelchair too. He's going somewhere with intention. So yeah, California's awesome. Thanks for putting up. So here's what I think is going to happen. I think today's few clouds. I think tomorrow maybe a few scattered sprinkles as far south as Marin County. Sprinkles being drizzle, because that low is going to clip and it's going to push some fog against the coast, and probably foggy in the city, but drizzly in Marin County north. But kind of a non-event unless you're in Crescent City or Mount Shasta or Alturas, and even then it's pretty dry. Colder though. And then when we get into Sunday, right now leaning towards Sunday night, Monday and Tuesday. Let's just call it Monday, Tuesday next week. Looks kind of significant. So that will be awesome. All right, I'm gonna run. Thanks for signing up. Appreciate all your comments. California is pretty awesome, huh? I know. See you back here.